Matchroom
The second rack.
doing big things.
Leading by 1 rack to 0.
The one goes just a fraction high of the middle. Did he catch him a little full? Find out on the replay. Maybe just a fraction thick. He's been hitting the ball real good. He's actually picked up the pace on his break. Carl Boys and I noticed that last match.
Eklent Kaçi, marginally the older of the two, at 25, and he's ranked 13 in the world, just as he was at the start of 2024. That number will, of course, be a much smaller one after this championship with all the points on offer. And those points, of course, will stay there for 2 years. I suspect it will be a long time before he's anywhere near as low as 13th again.
Yeah, maybe just a pinch of inside English here. Now watch the 6. Watch the 6. Yeah, just in time, but could have some trouble here. There's traffic. He's got to get through. Yeah, so now he's going to have to navigate the 7, 8, and the 4.
The extension, please.
So when you have the biggest occasion in any sport, people watch it who mightn't watch the sport for the entire rest of the year. So there are a few things we should explain for any newcomers. This is the extension to the shot clock. You get 30 seconds per shot, and you're allowed one extension of an additional 30 seconds per rack. The beeps go when there are 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's going to make this a habit, but it seems like the last couple of matches we've done with Eklent, he started out a little slow. Well, this is pretty good, even if he rubs the 3. It was hard to get through there. It's going to be steep to the left middle. And the pink 4 is down here on the bottom rail. Yeah, so this could be real tough to hold, Michael. Can't quite tell how steep it is. Is he looking to maybe even run into the pink or just go past it? And he's playing defense. He's going to leave a look at the 3, I believe. Yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, he can definitely get a look at it. Fedor might go at this cross side. I don't know what he would do with the cue ball. Yeah, it's what he's weighing up now. Might not be able to catch enough of it.
Extension called.
Is he looking to cross this ball and draw the cue ball 2 rails above the purple 5? I just don't know if he can get enough of the 3. All right, looks like he's going forward. Yeah, Michael. So it was real thin, hard to get enough of that ball to get it to the right middle. Caught it just short. And ran into the purple 5. A lot going on there.
You know, just looking around this room, it reminds me a bit of the Hanoi Open final that we had last October. Pictures looked great, the crowd looked really good, but actually the crowd was so spread out far and wide that you couldn't really show on camera just how big it was. There are people well out of shot there all around this wonderful arena.
Yeah, A little heavy-handed on that hit there. Pretty steep on the pink here. Does he want to run into the 8 to slow the cue ball down, or is he playing safe again? Nerves pretty high right now. Well, most people, that's okay. Fedor Gorst, without a doubt, the best in the world with the jump cue. Yeah, but check the speed out. I don't think it's going to come all the way down. Not terrible. Trying to get down here behind the 8 and 9. Yeah, so he's brought the object ball down here behind the 8 and 9. Can Fedor dig behind the pink, though? If he can use the 8 and 9. He's going to use a center right ball. Extreme right, almost a swerve ball. As long as you hit this medium speed or less, the cue ball will hold. He's got a lot of room for cover. Oh yes, what a hit.
Eklent Kaçi started his World Championship adventure against a player who's been in the final himself in the past, Omar El Shaheen. Then beat Mickey Kraus, who got back in through the loser's side and knocked out the defending champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. And then amazing that the next few matches against Sanyan Pelovanovic, BJ Ussery, Mark Bijsterbosch, you would have thought they'd all give him a close contest, but none of them did. None of them won more than 4 racks. So his closest battle was the 11-7 against Jeffrey Ignacio.
The green 6 is there, but the speed is off. Gorst going to get a look at the 4.
Yeah, Kaci followed all that with the recovery from 6-2 down to win 9 in a row and see off Johan Chua. But as we were saying, it's been a very different route to this man. Twice he's been 1 rack away from going out of the championship this week. Other matches he's been pretty close to the brink. Here he is now with a chance to lead 2-0 in the final.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep the foot on the gas. I've sensed that Kaci has had a rough start in the last couple matches. But he really picks it up mid-match. Gorst knows what type of player Kaci is.
Yeah, it wasn't just the hill finishes against Kyle Amoroto and Chang Yulong. The big comeback against Amir Ali that I was talking about. Long Duc Tien was a couple of racks away from knocking him out in losers round 1. That finished 9-7. Chris Melling looked like he was going to be comfortably beaten, but staged a late rally before going down 11-9. Earlier today, Wojciech Szewczyk just wouldn't go away. Eventually, Gorst won 11-8. So the only comfortable match he's had, really, was the quarter-final last night against Anton Raga, who actually, on paper, looked like his toughest opponent, but it finished 11-4.
Yeah, Michael, and the way he just played that 6 was so clean. Letting the stroke out. Very compact. Develops so much power from such a smooth transition. It's going to fall perfect on the 8. Gorst looking ahead to a 2-0 lead.
Had to battle so much harder than he did in the opening rack. But it's gone the same way. Fedor Gorst leads Eklent Kaçi 2-0 in the World Championship final. So as I was saying, when you have the biggest occasion in a sport, you get people watching who maybe perhaps haven't seen before, or indeed maybe just need a refresher having not watched for a while. I spoke about the shot clock. The basics of the game are these. The lowest numbered ball remaining on the table is the one you've got to strike first. So long as you do that, any ball you pot, whether it's that one or another one, is legal and it keeps you at the table. The winner of the rack is the player who pots the 9 ball, irrespective of what's gone before. Now, when you tell that to people for the first time, they think that sounds very unfair and a very strange game. When you see it in practice, particularly when it's played well, you understand why it's like that. So look out for combinations, as we call them. If, say, the 3, for example, is the lowest numbered ball remaining on the table, and you use that to force the 7 in, that's called a 3-7 combination, and on you go with your visit to the table. If you use the lowest numbered ball to knock the 9 into the pocket, well then, that's also a combination, and you've won the rack. And sometimes, maybe once every match or two, we see a golden break where someone pots the 9 off the break and wins the rack in a single shot. Fair summary of what the game's all about, Scott?
It sounded real good to me, and that's a great explanation, especially to the people that don't play the game quite as much.
Fedor goes to break. Leading the match by 2 racks to 0.
Notice the powder on the chin, Fedor Gorst. It's because he gets so low on the ball, his cue will go back and forth on the chin. Oh, really good hit. 2's going high. And he's not going to get a clean look, but a real tough push out. I wouldn't be shocked if he walks to the table with the jump cue.
He's been bigged up tonight and so many times as the best in the business with the jump cue. When you're playing in a World Championship final, you really want to bring your best attributes. This could be a chance to show us that.
Yeah, and I think that this is the difference between Fedor Gorst and most of the elites is he is just that much better with the jump cue under the gun. And I think it could make a huge difference in this match.
Up goes the white, down goes the 2. What's he got here, Scott?
Well, it's just about making the 2, right? He can manage something here on the 3, but he's still at the table, and that is massive versus another player that might just roll out in that situation, taking their chances. Gorst, well, now he can play some type of a safe if he needs to, or stay aggressive. And I think he's going to come over and try and get behind the purple. Needs to run.
Again, as part of our explanation for newcomers to the game or people who've been away from it for a while, you use the term rollout there, Scott, so explain that to us.
Yeah, so the breaker, when he breaks, if the cue ball is covered up, he's supposed to be able to get a good look at the 1 or the next ball in order. If he doesn't have a good look at that, he can call a push out or a rollout. He'll push the cue ball anywhere he wants. The oncoming player has the option to take it where it lies or give it back.
Yeah, and there's a whole psychology and a game within a game surrounding that, as you'll see unfold through the evening.
Kaci utilizes the extension probably as good as anybody at the right times. Down to 5 seconds. Oh, very, very good. He played to come behind the 3. Look at the distance. Yeah, everything basically perfect there. The speed, the contact, the aim point. It's okay. I actually thought he might take the bank on to the top left. We've seen him make a couple 9 balls in that situation, and it would have carried position on the pink to the top right. Looking to come behind the 6, I believe. Yeah, very good. Good cue ball.
And the young man on the left is Fedor Kaçi, Eklent's younger brother. Don't be surprised to see him playing in an occasion like this very soon. Came from nowhere to get to the last 16 of the Spanish Open last summer. Played in this championship, went out in the last 64. It was Sanjin Pelovanovic actually sitting next to him, who Eklent Kaçi beat in the last 64, 11-2, which was an unexpectedly one-sided encounter against a very good player from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yeah, Kaci's brother, Fedor, almost a mirror image of Kaci when he's at the table. Within 2 years, I predict, he's going to be close to Kaci's speed. It's a good hit. Does it fall? Just short. He actually probably got into that a little more than he expected. Very, very defensive early in this match. Not saying that he's supposed to shoot at that, but there was a couple other decisions that he's already made. We've only played 2 games. There's a couple other decisions he's already made, Michael, that have kind of surprised me.
And didn't we see that at the start of his semi-final as well? There were 1 or 2 shots we were both raising our eyebrows at in terms of the selection. He didn't go attacking. Maybe he just prefers to settle in and let that take care of itself later. But it is noticeable once again.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like. But I don't know that he can afford to wait and settle in. This kid here knows the magnitude.
Well, put it this way, you're not going to win a race to 15 against Fedor Gorst for the World Championship, ducking the big shots.
No, and just a couple early decisions kind of surprised me. I don't even know that he did that in the last match. He did have some blunders, but boy, really passive. I expect that to change, obviously. But this man gets control. He might not get the opportunity. Does he have room to come above the 8? Oh, yeah.
Between 2 of the very best in the world. I think you'd expect it, more likely than not, to be fairly close. So, to be given 3-rack start, effectively, before the other guys got 1 on the board, that could be huge.
Yeah, and let's not forget the history of this event so far this week, right? Maybe a little pressure off of Gorst. He's faced so much adversity this week. It even looks to me, Michael, like he's picked up the pace. Maybe getting a little more comfortable.
Well, he'll be pretty comfortable with this situation now. It's your classic routine 8 and 9 for the rack. So Kaci gave him the chance, made the safety error. Gorst stroked 1 in from distance. And once again, he's done the rest from there. Fedor Gorst leads this world final 3-0. That's the fan zone outside this venue in Jeddah, the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal City Sports Hall in Saudi Arabia's second biggest city, where there's been a real buzz building, all taking us to this climax of the 2024 World Championship. We're going to be here every year up to and including 2033 at least. A lot of that down to the Saudi Arabia Billiards and Snooker Federation, and their president, Dr. Nasser Saab Al-Shamari, is one of those in attendance and enjoying the early stages of this title match. Fedor Gorst has really enjoyed it so far. He leads Eklent Kaçi by 3 racks to 0.
Yeah, Michael, they got good ice cream out there in that fan zone, but the fans, they're all inside tonight. Oh, look at this. He's got a brutal kick on the 2. His break looking better and better as he goes.
Even if they move it to another venue in Saudi Arabia, Scott, next year, I'm coming back here just for the ice cream alone. That's been the highlight of the week.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous. But the food as well. I haven't had a bad meal since I arrived. Can he see any of the blue too? It looked at the other view like he might be able to get a piece of it. I don't know if there's value there to try and bank it to the lower left. Excuse me, the lower right. I think he's going to go up table with the cue ball. And this might not have got there as far as the 2. He wanted to get it over behind the 7 and 3 a little bit more, I think. And there's a good look. Kaci going to use the 7-3-6 to his advantage here, I believe. Sending the 2 up table. He doesn't want to contact the 5 with this 2. Yeah, I don't know. Caught it too thin, in my opinion. Yeah, so Fedor can swerve behind this 9 or around this 9 behind the 2.
The extension,
he's going to the jump cue. He knows if he catches the bottom half of this 2, cue ball could finish behind this little cluster of balls over here on the lower right hand side of the table. And this is where he really excels, the little things. He caught it too thin. Really wanted to catch about half a ball there.
As we were saying earlier, the 2 standout titles in the sport, the World Championship and the US Open. Kaci has been in the final of one of them before, the US Open, back in 2017 against Jason Shaw. And he lost all of the first 8 racks. Did get back into it a bit more after that, but by then it was all too late, really. So he knows the importance, on an occasion like this, of not leaving it too long to open your account.
I don't really remember the last time he actually shot at a ball towards a pocket. Well, there's the first one, and a bad rub on the 7. And this is finished really awkward. I think there's a future banking this to lower left. Oh, he's gone defensive again. The crowd likes it. I guess I just want him to shoot at his hole.
Well, those numbers endorse what you were saying about not having shot at many balls. He's just been contained by Gorst for so much of it so far.
Yeah, and you gotta be so careful playing safe against this young man. He's going to go to the air, and he's going to execute. He caught that a little heavy, so it was the right move by Kaci. But you don't want to keep dodging those bullets, Michael.
Such a long match, a potential 29 racks. There'll be chapters, narratives, twists, different phases of the match. There's time for all of that to happen. First phase has been Gorst dominance. Kaci looking to end that part of the match right here.
And clearly the 4 passes to the top left. Come out 1 rail. A little bit of low left here. Yeah, nice and tight. Very good. Nothing wrong with just stopping right here on the purple. All player preference. The 7-9 is on. The 9 isn't frozen. Makes it a bigger ball. Easier to play. Yeah, so he's carried the 3-rail line. He'll wrap around 2 rails out of the top right corner. Could kill it going forward as well. Another shot that's player preference. Doesn't want to travel too far down, anywhere below the left-hand middle pocket. Yeah, and this will be just fine. He doesn't want to be on the rail. Michael, I think Kaci's going to get on the board here.
It was all about building towards that 7-9 combination, and with that, Eklent Kaçi has opened his account. Fedor Gorst leading 3-1. Here's another look, Scott. A little bit of figuring out to do, but we always fancied him for that.
Yeah, a little trickier with a high cue ball. Handled it well. Got a couple kisses. All is good.
The start of a decade, at least, for the World Championship in Saudi Arabia. I wonder, Scott, has there ever been a sporting event where there's been such a difference in temperature in terms of where it's been played from one year to the next? Kielce in Poland last year, it snowed just as we were leaving the airport. It snowed for the entire 2 hours it took us to get to the venue, and the snow and the ice enveloped us for the entire week. Now, it was a wonderful week, but what a difference here. Well over 40 degrees Celsius. Emily Fraser of Matchroom, who's been the driving force behind the World Championship coming here, and so much else in the game in recent years.
And this was also the scene early in his last match. He was getting the 1 down, but not getting a good look on the 2. He does have a look at it, but I think he's going to have to manufacture something defensively here. He could drift up behind the 3 and chip the 2 over parallel with the 8. Have to use a little check side or inside English on the cue ball there. Notice the 5 tied up with the 7 up there by the pink 4. You can use the 4 to open that up down the road. Could also send the 2 up table. Yeah, the only thing about chipping the 2 over behind the 8 and getting the cue ball up behind the 3 is you're going to leave Fedor a pretty close and easy kick if he can't jump anything. Yeah, I actually like this decision more. Didn't get there. But he was aware of the fact that he was going to leave an easier kick. He's not thrilled with it. Can't blame him. Gorst has a look at the blue.
The extension, please.
And it's a very good look. It looks so much easier from our seats at home. 4-inch pockets here. Brass and tables. Aramith balls, Simonis cloth. And he's elevating. He's got to avoid the green 6 if he's going for the make here. Oh, he's caught the clip side or the top side of the 6. What a clean hit. He didn't overpower that ball either. That's what's so impressive.
Fedor Gorst, the champion of 2019 when he was a teenager. But of course he wasn't representing the US then, so if he does triumph, he'll be the 5th different player to win this championship, representing your country, Scott. Earl Strickland with a record 3, Johnny Archer twice, Nick Varner, and most recently Shane Van Boning the year before last in Milton Keynes.
Yeah, he wanted a little bit more of an angle here. He might end up coming behind the purple. Taken off on him a little bit more than he expected, the cue ball. Like to have stopped it almost on the pink. He wanted to go forward a couple inches, not 5 or 6. That's the difference in where he's at now and where he wanted to be. Does the 5 play off the brown, and can he nudge up behind the 6 at the same time? Oh, looky here. Does it have the speed? It does. Go ahead, Gorst.
Genius, imagination, and a bit of pure magic.
Right down the pipe.
Fair to say, he's hit a purple patch.
Looking very good. Really, since the beginning, these balls have been going in very cleanly. Punching out one rail here. The Ghost making a statement early.
Looking very much at home with the situation. Very composed and efficient. Keeping his nice, unhurried but never slow tempo. And now, 3 clear once again. Fedor Gorst leading 4-1. Wow, that's quite a reaction. What a shot that was to make the 5 in the corner, and a couple of really good moments in there. Now, we've been talking a lot about the world rankings. Fedor Gorst started the year at number 3. He got to that position by the end of 2023 from nowhere, really, having not really been involved prior to that. But of course, the rankings are going to have a massive shake-up because it's all based on prize money, and the prize money here is absolutely colossal. Whoever wins this final will be number 1, and whoever is beaten in the final will definitely be number 2. I think if Gorst wins, no real denying his right to be number 1, but I think it will be the same for Kaci as well, because he won the UK Open last year, which is a major event. If he's won the World Championship as well, well then why shouldn't he be world number 1? You look at it, all the titles have been shared around so much over the last 12 months or so. If Kaci has won 2 big titles, and one of them's the World Championship, in just over a year, then it's pretty valid and fair enough for him to be number 1 in the world rankings.
By 4-1.
But all the players who have done well and gone far this week are going to be in very strong positions on that list when it's renewed over the next few days. 4-1 to Gorst.
Oh, the 1 is down, the 2 coming around. He's got 2 down, and he's got a good shot on the 2. He's only got 1 down. I thought another one dropped in the corner, excuse me. Pretty heavy to the 2. And go into the 8 full here, and if he catches it full, he's going to land good on the 3.
Mohamed Soufi standing right in front of our commentary position. He knows all about playing in a World Championship final. Last year it was his turn, and he ran FSR very close.
Yeah, what a good young man he is. Got to talk to him some this week. Probably, in my opinion, one of the funnest to watch play this game. Yeah, I was wondering if he could avoid that. Oh, and he used an inside ball. Very, very clever.
I'm going to go further than that, Scott. I'm going to say Soufi is the number 1 most entertaining player to watch in the game. It's all personal view, of course, and what you like to see. But speaking of such things, when we talk about the break, we talk about Van Boning, we talk about Kaci, and how powerful they can be with it. Where do you rank Gorst among the breakers at the top of the game?
Well, my honest opinion is I don't know that this break is all about power. I think it's more about accuracy. But it seems this week these guys have had to use a little bit more pace on the break due to certain conditions. Sometimes you hit it at a medium speed, sometimes you want to hit it a little harder. Obviously, there's no soft braking. Gorst, right now, well, he looks to be at the top as far as braking.
Yeah, I guess when I say powerful, I don't necessarily mean in terms of force, just as a weapon to have in your armory.
Yeah, no doubt. He's at the top of his game when it comes to the break. Oh, he's gotten away with it. I thought he might just draw up 1 rail with a little left English, but maybe too steep to do that. Fortunate not to go on the side.
Of course, you got to play so well, but over the course of a race to 15, you're probably going to need 1 or 2 moments of fortune along the way. He's had one there.
Oh, this is pretty good from where he was. Pretty good.
Yeah, that is Mohamed Soufi on the left. Oh, I was going to say give us a wave, but that's so much better. Had a great championship again. Oh, we've had a little fist bump.
Extension caught.
A salute. Still an entertainer, even after he's gone out of the championship. We'll see much more from him in the years ahead, no doubt.
Yeah, what's Kaci got up his sleeve here? Yeah, I think he wants to catch the top rail as well. He can get a lot of distance. Could make this ball. Seen a lot of players come short because this first rail will lengthen out. Uh-oh. Oh, nicely done. It's going to hold up. You've got to wonder if he played that. I've seen him play that shot many times this week. Is there a possible carom on the 9 here? Yeah, just gonna bunt up. Oh, almost got a rub on the brown. Did he leave a shot?
It's like a Kielce reunion here because Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who beat Sufi in that final last year, is also standing in front of us. And as you'd expect, David O'Cady is right beside him.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to jump much of it, using every inch of the clock. Where is this going to finish? Perfect for Gorst. Yeah, maybe wasting a little bit of time, Kaci. Instead of walking to the table with your playing cue, maybe take your jump cue with you.
The word ominous comes to mind here. This looks pretty straightforward for Gorst. And even in a race to 15, 5-1 is the sort of lead that starts to fall into the category of substantial.
Yeah, and I've alluded to it. I really feel it's a big factor. He's had so many close matches this week. When does the pressure finally come off? Does he have really anything to lose here? I know 250,000 up top, but in the big scheme of things, he's already been through everything this week.
Well, it depends how you see it, doesn't it? You can start to feel you've got a suit of armor and that you can come through anything. That's obviously got to be good. Of all the players who've won this World Championship, Scott, only 5 have ever ended up winning it again. Gorst would be the 6th, and he would be the youngest ever multiple world champion at 24. Johnny Archer, the youngest to date. He was 28 when he won it for the 2nd time in Chicago in 1997.
Yeah, and let's not forget, it's been, what, a year and a half, 2 years since he's had a major, and then he just comes off the World Pool Masters. And now this? Wow.
It's another efficient, clinical display in this rack. And now he has his biggest lead yet in the match. Fedor Gorst, 5-1 up in the World Championship final. What a success the European Open has been. It's now into its third year. Albin Ocean, the inaugural champion, on his 32nd birthday in 2022. And David O'Cady, the winner last year, in that hill finish against Anton Raga. He'll be back there to defend his title. You can follow that on Matchroom Sports YouTube channels from the start on the 6th of August. And the last 2 days, from the last 16 onwards, will all be live on Sky Sports. It's all in Fulda, the hometown of Torsten Homan. One of only 5 multiple winners of this World Championship. Fedor Gorst is hoping to become the 6th here tonight.
Ooh, the one comes just short. Rattles out of the right middle. Nothing straightforward for Kaci. Yeah, just short. Man, the one went deep. Kaci needs to make something happen. I know he's not going to panic. But a couple times, Michael, we've already discussed it, he's played safe when we felt like maybe he could have been a little more aggressive. Yeah, he never gives us anything in there. A shake of the head while he's at the table. And the way he's keying up there, he might take this on. Just because of the way it lays, and he can get into the cue ball pretty good. Oh, very clean. Tough finish. And here's another really good look at that. The 6 just clean as a whistle going in there.
The extension, please.
Yeah, he's evaluating. Is he going to consider the top right corner here? Just going to look at the top left. Yeah, so is he going to elevate or go forward? I think he's going forward.
False stroke.
Yeah, and everything went awry there, Michael. Quick in the backswing. The buzzer, once again, going off.
And please start the shot clock.
Yeah, he's showing signs of anxiety and discomfort, not only in his facial expressions and his body language, but perhaps in the way he played that shot as well, as you outlined, Scott.
The extension, please.
A lot of times, players call their extension early in the game. Not normally with ball in hand, but Gorst knows exactly what he's doing.
That was Marcel Eckhart, referee for the final, and what a week he's had. And we have to pay tribute to him, because this championship would not have been the success it has without Marcel's involvement, because not only has he been refereeing so many matches, he's been the man responsible for coordinating all the officials, and in particular bringing the inexperienced Saudi officials into the fold, making them feel welcome, showing them all the nuances and the things to get right. It's been a huge part of the operational success of the first Saudi Arabia World Championship. Another triumph for Marcel. But back here, developments in rack 7, Scott.
Yeah, well, you couldn't say it any better about Marcel. Gorst with ball in hand. Tried to get on the 2, ran straight into the 9. Is he cutting at this? Okay. Going defensive. Oh, and he's got a interesting rub on the 9 there. I don't know if the carom is on just because of the two being close to frozen, but Gorst immediately going to the jump cue. Can he get into the 9 here? Yeah, it was so close to that bottom rail. You felt like it could double kiss if he catches it full. And look at this. He's tied up the 5, and I believe the 7 as well. Along with that, he's gotten away with it. Back down to the buzzer. Oh, where's this going to finish? The 9 is down here. Uh-oh. Gorst. Definitely going to jump this. Keep your eye on the yellow and black ball. Oh, he's got a big chance at making this. He caught the 2 a little full, Michael. Once again, finished okay. He's left Eklent completely elevated over the 9. Wanted to catch this a little bit thinner. And he had a lot of backspin on it. Fascinating to me that he uses so much of the clock and does so well with it.
Yeah, they've both been, I think by design as much as anything, going fairly close to the line on a regular basis with the shot clock in the last few days. Feels like the players now train themselves to make the maximum use of their time. And of course, the more you play on television tables, the more it becomes an instinct anyway.
Yeah, and I think the Mosconi Cup players have a little advantage there. They've used it a lot more.
Well, these two likely to be Mosconi Cup rivals later this year. Gorst on the American side now, but of course they've been teammates in the past. In the COVID Mosconi of 2020 in Coventry, they were on the same team, winning for Europe.
Yeah, he's got a good opportunity here, Michael. He can leave the 3 there and come down towards the 9. So it's kind of a two-way play. Just got to make sure you have the speed to get down here to the 9. Yeah, he's caught it a little thick.
It's always a nice narrative, isn't it, when the 9 is sitting over the pocket like that? You're looking out for the possibilities. At what point could that become relevant? How can someone turn that into an opportunity to get an early out?
Yeah, I'm certain he was trying to catch a 3 thinner there. It was just pretty much free to go at the 9. Here we go. And a little thin there as well. Where will this finish? Not too often do guys have an opportunity to kind of flail at the 9 over and over at this level.
It's like one of those penny falls machines in amusement arcades. Just trying to give it a nudge, but not too much of a nudge.
Yeah, and he might be doing it again. Yeah, he's coming at it, but it doesn't have the gas. Michael, I believe the pink passes the 4. Excuse me, passes the 7 in the lower left. This needs to settle just in time.
Yeah, he's okay, but we say it so often, don't we? Coming in and out of the jaws like that. It's so hard to predict what the cue ball is going to do, and the further away you're shooting at the object ball from, the more you're trusting to fortune a bit. But he's okay on the 4.
Yeah, clean strike there.
So should win it now.
Yeah, he'd like to get closer to the brown. Yeah, very good. The 8 does play in the lower right. Michael, this is typically the time where we see Kaci start to come alive. I'm noticing these balls going in fairly clean.
Well, he was 4 racks behind in the early exchanges of his semi-final earlier today. 4 behind again in the final. But is that going to be the start of him turning it around again? Kaci closes to 5-2. Yeah, the buzz really has built in Jeddah over the last couple of days. Obviously, we hope to be here for a long time to come, Scott, but this is our first time coming here, and on a personal level, for all of us, I think this is a week we're going to remember forever.
Yeah, I know I will. Very, very grateful to be here. Yesterday was a special day for me. Well, all week's been special for me, Michael. Working with you's been a pleasure. Phil Yates, Jeremy Jones, Carl Boys.
That's the fan zone outside. That's the location for that magnificent ice cream we were talking about. And you need it here with these temperatures. But lovely to go out for a stroll around there, and although it's been very hot, nice breeze as well to keep it manageable. You see that huge 9 ball there? There's a virtual reality pool machine I went in and had a very unsuccessful go on the other day. But ultimately, it's all about what goes on here in the hall. And eventually,
Eklent Kaçi
over the next few hours, somebody will be lifting that trophy.
5-2.
The 1 flying in, but look at this. Cue ball ends up down low. Literally tripled up on the 2. No look. Push out is coming.
Shot called.
And he's gonna think this over. Is he pushing out to a jump shot? Well, that needs to settle.
It's your choice, Fedor.
I wouldn't be surprised if Fedor entertains. Evaluating.
The extension, please.
Well, in the last match, it was the 2 ball. The score was 6 apiece. Fedor jumped a full ball. It was very close to the cue ball and made one of the best back cuts on the 2 that I've ever seen. He won that game. And obviously the match.
Yeah, that was the semi-final against Wojciech Szewczyk, who wouldn't go away, and even when it went 10-6, Gorst only needed one more. Szewczyk still made him work for it. A battle to get over the line for Gorst, and only an hour or so later, he was back out here for this final, where he's made a good start, looking to continue it here.
Buckle your seatbelts. It's in.
And it's finished pretty nice as well.
He's had a good record jumping the 2 ball this week. Position, well, almost perfect. Michael, I think that's the difference between this young man and the rest of the elite players. His percentages jumping that ball are simply much higher.
Well, you got to get your technique spot on with the jump shot, haven't you? And technically, he's so good. The result of all the work he puts in. Working with coach Johan Reisink at the moment. You just feel an air of solidity and dependability when you see him stalking the table.
Yeah, I don't know how straight this is. He can come 1 rail above the 9. That's what he's done. Needed to settle a little. He's not thrilled about being so far below the 6. Just gonna have a little more distance on the 7. Shouldn't be a problem. Started this rack out with the jump on the 2. We talked about it early on. Kaci pushed out. Yeah, digging deep, coming 2 rails out of the lower left.
It was just that moment you see from players where it was like he was frozen in time for just a second. Have I got that right? Yeah, it's okay. So another 9, which looks like all in a day's work. And he'll be 4 clear again. Eklent Kaçi came from 6-2 down to win his semi-final. He's going to have to do it again in the final if he's to be this year's world champion. Let's have some more looks at that too, Scott. Undoubtedly the key moment of the rack and one of the most impressive moments of the night so far.
Yeah, you had a feeling he was going to entertain this jump. And here's a great look at it. Didn't even catch it thin, caught it dead hard of the pocket. Such great contact. Cue ball travels all the way around the table, full into the green 6. Lands nicely on the 3.
Yeah, he deserved for the nudge on the 6 to clear it out of the way, and really it was the sort of rack you feel it's right a player goes on to win after a shot like that. So Eklent Kaçi is going to have to step up his game. It would help if Gorst was to drop his level a bit, but no sign of it at the moment. He just looks so solid out there, Scott.
Yeah, and how many bullets can you dodge if you're Kaci? You don't want to get down 6-2 every set.
Still manageable, 6-2. We saw that from him in the semi-final earlier, but it's one of those where you know he can't afford to let the gap
The 9th
get much
break.
bigger.
Fedor Gorst to break. He's leading the match by 6 racks to 2.
Otherwise, you're entering the realms of looking for a minor miracle. 6-2 to Gorst.
And there's no doubt he's picked up the break speed in the last couple of matches. Oh, very good. But the 2 going high. Begging for a look at it. Yeah, if the white got over there enough, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually took a swing at this 2. But it didn't. Oh, this is really cagey. Didn't get all the way where he wanted to be. A little thicker contact with the 2, Mike. And that cue ball sits real nice behind those balls. But here I think Kaci can dig behind it.
Sort of a picture that encapsulates the staging of this event. Matchroom and the Saudis coming together. The championship that's been all around the world, really, since it was first held in 1990.
Yeah, it's a real good time to be young and talented in the pool world.
Like us.
Yeah, just like us, Michael. Yeah, so he'd like to catch about a quarter ball here, maybe a little more than that. I don't know if he can. That's what he's evaluating, if he has to elevate and dig behind it. Well, there you see the elevation. This isn't too bad at all. Yeah, as a matter of fact, this has landed extremely difficult for Gorst.
Extension called.
Yeah, too thin, I think, to come to the right side. 3 is too far up. In this line, you can see a bunch of traffic with the 6 and 9. He's going to have to split the window. Wow. He did split the window, Michael. I don't know that he's going to like this.
Some racks just feel bigger than others, don't they? And this is already developing into one of them, even with only 1 ball removed from the table.
Yeah, he's got him absolutely glued to the back of the brown. Yeah, actually,
Foul stroke.
pretty neat
Ball in
effort.
net.
Came just short.
I think the primary reason it feels so big
And
is because of the
please,
scoreboard. It's getting to that point where you feel even one more rack for Gorst just takes him to the next level in terms of how much he's in control of this final. Kaci has the chance here to avert that.
And does he go into the pink right here? Or just get on the 3? Yeah, so he'll probably travel one rail over if he's not too straight for the pink in the top right. He doesn't seem thrilled about it, but I don't think it's terrible. He can nudge the purple if he has to. Yeah, he's just going to punch forward and nudge the purple down. Michael, does he entertain the 6-9 combination? There's a lot of space there.
Yeah, I was just wondering that myself. Space between the 6 and the 9, you mean? And then the 9 would still have a bit of distance to travel. Let's see what he's thinking.
Yeah, I think that's a better decision.
Well, why take any risks? Not certain the 6-9 is on. Everything else is laid out for him, though. He's at the stage where he really just needs to get that rack on the board.
Well, good sign for Kaci. He's managed this rack, well, quite well. You mentioned it, Michael. He's been in this position before.
Yep, it was at 6-2 down that he started to turn things around in his semi-final against Johan Chua. Of course, there's a bit more room for manoeuvre when the target is 15. Of course, he denied Chua even winning another rack in that match. Unlikely he'll do that to Gorst. Okay, so things will feel a lot better for Eklent Kaçi after winning that one. Fedor Gorst now leading by 6 racks to 3. One of the biggest disappointments Fedor Gorst has had in his career so far, I would suggest most likely the biggest disappointment, came in the US Open final on the last day of September last year. He led 6-3 in the final in Atlantic City against Ko Ping Chung,
It's rack number 10.
but ended up missing out on the
Eklent
chance to
Kaçi
become
break.
US Open champion.
Trailing
The
by
US
6
Open,
racks
one
to
of the
3.
2 big standout titles in the sport. This World Championship is, of course, the other one. Once again, Fedor Gorst finds himself 6-3 up in a major final.
Oh, the one track just short. He's struggling with the break. Cue ball's finishing low, too. Not always a great sign. Last match, he got it kissed to the high end of the table and was getting a good look at the 2. Yeah, big cluster on the left side of the table, Michael. Bringing the 1 back down or bringing the cue ball around. Coming around. He's caught it thick. Caught it way too thick. And I think the 1 passes the pink to the top right. Doesn't look like it here, but I get the feeling it does.
You know, I'm sitting
extension,
right
please.
behind the line of the shot, and it looks more promising from there. The overhead angle as well also looks better from Kaci's point of view.
Oh, plenty of room. Yeah, great shot. Of this angle, Michael. Might not take it on. Well, he did take it on. And you've got to wonder, does the buzzer ever get to him? Right in his backswing there.
Could have finished a lot worse, though.
I just wondered if he'd take it on due to the position of the 2 at that point. I thought he might try and 2-rail the 1 out and drop down behind the 9. Yeah, very aware of what the 1 was doing there.
Just feels in a way like Kaci's not got properly involved in this final so far. He's not been able to build up any momentum, and every time something good has happened, seems to be followed soon after by something bad. You could look at that, of course, and say, well, even with all that, he's still only 6-3 down, so he can take a positive slant on it.
He's not thrilled about it. And I think you make a great point there, actually. Still really early in this race to 15. It doesn't seem like he's been greatly involved in the match and only trailing by 3. Fedor, not flawless these last couple of games. Gonna get into the 3 here and use the 8. Everything a bit of a mess this rack. 3 in front of the 8, a 7 close to the 9, the 1 in front of the 4. And down to the end of the clock again. This is just his pace. This is obviously what he does. He's left the 1 wide open.
Still hasn't been able to win 2 racks in a row in this final, Kaci. You know, earlier on today in the semi-final, when he was 6-2 down against Johan Chua, as I was saying, it wasn't a case that he started just blitzing Chua and making loads of balls off the break, getting nice positions and running out from them. It was very patient. It was rack by rack. He just steadily built momentum and made himself feel more comfortable, and by the end was playing pretty well. But he just can't generate that so far in the final. There's been no remotely sustained run of things going in his direction.
Yeah, pretty mature decision there. Just the way the balls are laying, try not to force anything. He's going to stitch him up against the 8. And I like what he did there as well, as long as that 3 settles. Leaving the 3 out in the middle like that makes it much more difficult to navigate. Well, the more I look at this, Michael, he has to come off the bottom rail. Oh, really good shot using the second rail, realizing the 3's a bigger ball from that angle. He had to just miss the middle pocket to the top side to make that contact.
The extension, please.
You can just feel the gravity of this event. Every single shot.
Yeah, you know, I was tempted to say a moment ago it feels like a very big rack again, but I think if we start saying that, we'll end up saying it every single rack. But this is a big opportunity now. Just wants to continue that pattern of the match, doesn't he? That every time Kaci looks like he might start to get a foothold, Gorst responds. That's the way it's been so far.
Yeah, and a lot of credit to Gorst and his intelligence, not forcing anything. Made a nice play behind the 8 there. Oh, looky here. Comes off the top side of the 7 and gets a shot on the purple.
He's made a whole new life for himself in the US. So many European players, particularly it seems Eastern European players, go over there to further their pool careers. He now has the Stars and Stripes next to his name, as you can see. And a whole life built around that with his girlfriend, Kristina Tkach, a very good player herself, who was in a big women's final in America just about a week or so ago. And what it's all about is building an era for himself, underlining himself as the best player in the world. He knows he's good enough to do that. Big step towards that, winning the World Masters in Germany back in April in that wonderful final against Joshua Filler. If he annexes the world title tonight as well, I really don't think there can be much dispute in terms of being the king of 9-ball.
Yeah, and it's worth being stated, Jason and Alan Sword recognized his ability in the States several years back, and they've stood behind him since day one. They've had a pretty big impact in his career. Gorst looking great. And probably going to wrap around 2 rails at the lower right, just like so.
So Gorst steadily moved into a 5-1 lead. They've been trading racks since. It's 9. is to continue that and go 4 clear once again.
Fedor Gorst.
Kaci really needs the flow of this match to change quite dramatically, because the way things are going at the moment, he's not going to get anywhere near Gorst. The American Mosconi Cup player leads 7-3. Eklent Kaçi looking to join the ranks of world champions for the very first time. Indeed, it's the first time he's been in the final. Was a semi-finalist before, 7 years ago. Fedor Gorst has already got his name on the Roll of Honour. And these were some of the early champions. Earl Strickland there in Las Vegas in 1991. Remarkably, that remains the only time anyone has ever successfully defended the World Championship title. Lots of Germans there, 4 in total. You can see among the early winners Oliver Wortmann and Ralph Souquet, Torsten Homan as well. Joshua Filler is on the other page. And Efren Reyes there in 1999. You'll notice there are 2 champions from 99. Well, the one that Nick Varner won at the end of the year in Spain, that was all to do with political ramifications at the time, but they are both recognised as official World Championship titles. And as you can see in recent times, it's been more and more European, but not unbroken by any means. Carlo Biado, the most recent winner from the Philippines in 2017. We thought there might be another one here this week when we had 3 of them in the quarter-finals, but Johan Chua was the last to fall earlier today. And Shane Van Boning remaining the last winner from your nation, Scott, in Milton Keynes a couple of years ago when he denied Albin Ocean the chance to claim a record-equaling 3rd world title. Last year in the snow and ice of Poland, it was Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. And here we are in Saudi Arabia.
The 11th rack.
With Fedor Gorst looking a firm favourite
by 7 racks to 3.
To become only the 6th multiple winner of the title. But still, plenty to be done.
Oh, yeah. Cue ball stayed low. The 1 just rifling into the right middle. He has a look at the 2 to the top right. He has definitely picked up his break speed earlier in the week, hitting him just a little lighter than this. He's not thrilled with the cue ball resting low. That's what the look is there.
Overall, though, I think this shot might be a good indication of how good he's feeling in terms of how he plays it and how successful he is with it.
Yeah, this is just a tester, Michael, kind of to your point. Takes a lot of guts.
The extension, please.
To just roll this 2 to the top right. Any mishit at all, the stroke will be exposed. He's gone to the side with it. I was wondering what he was doing from the left side of the table. Wow. Well, that changes everything.
Pure quality, that shot. And his conversion rate from situations like this so far in the final, very high.
And once again, a great look at where he's contacting the pocket with the object ball. It's been clean. Gorst still not halfway home yet. This is a race to 15. How has this finished? He acts like he's perfect, and I believe it is.
Hasn't run out from the break since the very first rack. But a chance here.
Yeah, and I believe believe that's the beauty of the format of the World 9-Ball Tour. Nothing easy for these guys, and all it does is elevate the level of play. He's really looking good.
Yeah, you try to be as optimistic as you can in top-level sport, but Kaci in his chair, looking on at Gorst, making that 2 and getting nice on the 3. Must have had that sinking feeling again. He's not been perfect in this final, Gorst, but when they've all been there for him, he hasn't done much wrong at all. Well, you said a moment ago, Scott, that Gorst was not yet past halfway in his quest for the 15 racks he needs to become champion for a second time. But he is now. This is his biggest lead yet. Fedor Gorst now 8-3 up. Field of 128 to start and double elimination. I think when we get home and reflect on it all, we'll look back on so many moments. It's hard to keep track of it all as it goes along, but there have been so many great stories along the way. I think part of all that, Paul, is just the sheer and international nature of the field. Over 40 countries included among the 128, and you can see such a cosmopolitan lineup for the quarterfinals. Johan Chua had that comfortable win over Dang Jinhu, who was the only Chinese player in the field. And he was then beaten by Eklent Kaçi. The 2 Poles there as well. When are we going to see a Polish player win a tournament like this in the modern era? Wojciech Szewczyk put up a good fight against Fedor Gorst. And the bottom name there, Anton Raga, that is a name you're going to be hearing a huge amount about in the years to come. He's already been 1 rack away from winning the big Matchroom title at the European Open in Fulda last summer. There will be many more great days ahead for the exciting Philippines player. And you can see a lot of different nationalities represented there, but actually it doesn't come close to reflecting just how cosmopolitan the field was. 43 countries, and 31 of them had a player among the last 64. There were still 18 countries involved by the time we got to the last 32, and it's always that way in big-time pool. Back to the final, 8-3 Gorst.
Oh, a nice kiss on the blue 2. All systems go for Gorst right now. The 3, a little funny to the 8 in the top left. I think he can manage. He's going to start out with a combination. It definitely plays in the top right, the red 3. He's looking closely to see if it plays in the top left. The 2-6 combination, very straightforward. Yeah, he's got a nice angle here. Everything depends on if the 3 plays in the top left. Yeah, he's acting like it's got a pocket.
The extension, please.
Notice the pink 4 just above the blue 2. He can afford to play the 3 a little easier that way. Cue ball naturally tracking towards the pink. Yeah, he does have a pocket.
But he hasn't deposited the 3 into it. Just a glimmer of hope for Kaci, Scott.
Yeah, and you hear a big sigh from the crowd. He was a little quick in the backswing. He did catch that ball thin. I know it was most likely because he didn't have a whole pocket, I don't believe. I know he didn't have the right side of the pocket with the 3.
At 8-3 down, you've got to make something like this
Extension,
count.
please.
Yeah, not easy coming out of this corner right now. Watch out, Brown. Just in the nick of time. Really good hit under the circumstances. And does the 7 pass the black 8 to the top left? I don't know if he wants to deal with that. He's got to avoid the 9 as well.
We always seem to be making comparisons with golf in our commentaries on this sport, Scott, and here comes another one. We often hear a golfer, if he's had a day where he shoots something disappointing, maybe only a 71 or perhaps worse than that, 73 or 4, and comes off and says, well, that was really the best I could have shot today, given the way it went. And it's a bit like that here in the final, isn't it? If Kaci deposits the 8 and 9 here, which he almost certainly will, you might look at it and say, well, okay, the way this has gone, 8-4 is about the best I could have hoped for. If I start playing a bit better, who knows what might happen. Not that he's been dreadful or anything, but just been 1 or 2 moments. Indications, things he needs to step up a bit. He has won the rack. So, once again, he's back to 4 behind. 8-4 to Gorst in the World Championship final. Quarter of a century ago, this man was the world champion, Efren Reyes. An absolute legend within the sport, and particularly in his home country, the pool-mad Philippines. He's the Pele of pool, and he's been here at the World Championship for the last couple of days. Look at those queues just for a chance to shake hands with him and get a picture taken with him. And so appropriate that with Asia taking on Europe in a Mosconi Cup-style contest for the first time later this year in Manila, it's been called the Reyes Cup. What a treat that is to look forward to. Another big sporting event coming up is the European Football Championship, and round about this time next week, Albania, having qualified for only the 2nd time ever, will be starting out their campaign against the holders Italy. They may have to compete for attention with Eklent Kaçi over the next few days. If he can become world champion here tonight, and by winning rack 12, he's kept himself right in with a chance.
That's a better sign for Kaci. Gorst, he knows he can't give this guy any air. We all know it. And the cue ball, anytime it starts getting up in this area, Kaci becomes dead up when this happens for him. And this is going to tell us a lot, Michael. If he gets out here.
So you've got some flashlight on your phone there. Just switch that flashlight off, please.
Somebody's got a flashlight on their phone by accident. Marcel making sure that's handled. But if he gets out here, things could happen to change. Yeah, a little thinner than he wants, but luckily, pink is down here on the lower left. Evaluating now whether he can level out or if he has to elevate. And this actually might play pretty natural. Oh, it took a big hop off that bottom rail. It took a big hop. I believe he's snookered. He is.
And again, it's the same old story again, isn't it? Just when it looks as though there might be a chance of him getting a foothold, something like this happens.
Yeah, I think his concern there was not getting the 3 to the pocket, but clearly plenty of room to do so. Oh, very well stuck, though. To stick that cue ball like that with the control of the pink. I don't know if he's got him covered up, but even if he doesn't, an amazing hit right
The
there.
extension, please.
Oh, and there's a good look. He's just got him eclipsed. We know Gorst going to the air. I'd say he's an underdog to make this, but not by much. This is the difference between Fedor Gorst and the rest of the world.
And you and JJ, you both called it at the start. You highlighted this. You said what a significant factor it could be in the final. And that is not the first time we've seen him knock in a wonderful pot like that, jumping so far tonight. But where's it left him, Scott?
I believe it does play to the top left, but it's really tight. Looks like he's going back down table with the purple. Oh, and the speed and the accuracy. Ideal. Boy, this is dangerous. Easily missed the purple on a shot like this, Michael. It's kind of an illusion where you feel like you can catch a piece of it. But he could, and he knew it. But it's going to stop short of the mark. Look at the pace of Gorst. Very clean.
Yeah, we've been saying that about so many of his shots all night so far. Just such an air of efficiency about everything he does. One good shot here, and this rack should be his. but he hasn't produced it, Scott.
No, actually a shocking miss right there. He was trying to force an angle. He had a little bit of the awkward angle to the left long rail. Trying to force it. I thought he might just hold there and take the tougher shot on the 7. These guys so good at getting the most out of that shot, so I can't blame him. But clearly an opening for Kaci. Wow. Like you said earlier, Michael, we often talk about big games. Every shot in this match is monumental due to the prize money and what's at stake. But this game just seems massive.
Every previous time Kaci has won a rack in this final, he's gone straight out and lost the next one. But he may be about to change that now. 8 and 9 for back-to-back racks for the first time tonight. Could be a big moment in the final. Was certainly a big miss. Kaci has made Gorst pay for it. It is 2 in a row. Back to only 3 behind now. So let's look at the extremes for Gorst in that rack. First of all, the jump shot, Scott, and we were absolutely full of praise for this.
Yeah, I kind of said he was a slight underdog. Comes all the way around and gets a little funny on the purple. Elects to play the safe. Kaci catches the 5. Gorst ends up here. Tries to force the angle and just misses the 6.
Yeah, and as I said at the time, if that shot works out, it's probably 9-4, and wouldn't say the winning line appearing on the horizon yet, but certainly start entering players' heads. He was 1 away from double figures. Well, just underlines, really, how far away 15 ultimately still is. Because now it feels very different. Just that 1 rack, pegging it back to 8-5, still only 3 in it.
Eklent Kaçi to break.
Someone like Kaci, as we've seen multiple times this week, can get on a roll and turn that over in very little time. 8-5 Gorst, Kaci breaking. He's won the last 2.
Okay, the cue ball's low again. Does he have a look at the 2? His face tells me no. When I say look, I'm talking about a look to make it. And his body language tells me this ball just isn't playable, and it's not. There's a great look at it. He can catch it full, bunt it up to the left long rail, and maybe use the 7 and 9. Man. Not what he wants. Could probably bank it back down table between the 7 and 8 as well. Yeah, I think this is more productive. He's going to get better cover.
Still not run out from the break at any point in this final, Kaci. But of course, that's one statistic that isn't anything like as important as it used to be with the changing of the rules in recent years. You think of Filler and all those break-and runs he had in the World Masters final, but he still ended up losing it to this man.
Yeah, an interesting situation here. I think he's got a kick behind this ball. He can hold the cue ball if he catches it full. Actually love to hit just above the right middle pocket with the blue 2. The cue ball could rest behind the 3 somehow. Full contact. to the 2 will create good distance. Yeah, just like this. You can't do any better than that. And there you see it, absolutely perfect behind the red 3.
It's been a while since there were only 2 in it. You have to go all the way back to when it was 3-1 in Gorst's favour for that to have been the case. What Kaci's looking to do here. But a conundrum to figure out here in rack 14.
And Kaci going to the air. Does his past injuries have anything to do with jumping the ball now? I know it's his bridge arm. Just has me curious. Well, obviously not. Here's another look. Right by the pink 4. He's going to have to do it again. Caught that a little fat.
It's such a big shot, wasn't it? Because he knew that if he got it this time, position was all but guaranteed on the 4. I'm not going to say